Well, hello. How's it going, everybody? It's Saturday. It's D&D time. Fuck yes. Hope everybody has had a good week. It has been kind of like, it feels like it's been a really long week to get to like the session today. Goddamn. But we're here and I'm excited. We got some shenanigans happening. And these peeps are going to be celebrating their arrival into the new year. I wanted to try and have this happen a bit closer to, like, the actual new year. But, like, the end-ish of January is close enough, right? But no, I had this at the end of the year very specifically. But we're here. We're finally here. Let's just get into our normal shit, and then we can just jump into the game. Because why wait? So, when we switch it over, massive thank you to the hard work that Kevin McLeod puts into music, that is free to use on Twitch, that we love a lot. I'm using Jukebox to Roll20 for DMs out there. If you go into the Manage Audio section, there is a subsection called Incompetech that has a bunch of songs. In my About Me section in Twitch, there's a link to a Google Doc that has all that stuff. That's good to know. I do rules differently. If you want to know what those are, at any point, type in !DND. You'll get a Google Doc that gives you all of the deets. I don't recap them every time, only in the first session, or if we've had like a long break. There's only really a couple that kind of matter. But yeah, feel free to have a look if you want to implement any into your own games. Go for it. D&D is a free thing for people that, well, sorry, haha, shouldn't say that as a recent. You can make up whatever you want. It's your world. Moving on. To see the artists of the maps, type in !DND maps to get the Patreons for the Reclusive Cartographer and Go Adventure maps. If you put in the !End of Latov, which is the title of this campaign, it'll give you a synopsis of the game. Also, just a little reminder, if you don't know what all of my commands are, in Twitch, if you scroll down to where all of the panels are, there is a section with all of the commands. So if you need a little reminder, that's where you can find all of those. A little heads up. Moodbot will pop in every now and again to remind y'all of channel point inspiration. If you think some peeps are doing some cool shit, and you want to reward them, then absolutely feel free to gift them an inspiration point, if I don't beat you to it. I don't look at chat all the time, but it'll come up on my activity feed, so then I'll be able to reference back in the break or at the end. Yeah. So, little reminder that players that are watching cannot give inspiration to themselves. Anyone can get inspiration that is being played in a good way. We'll put it that way. We take a break around 8:30 for 45 minutes, just so we can get some food and have a quick little break. And lastly, as I am the DM, I don't look at chat. I leave it to my mods to keep y'all sussed out. A lot of the time y'all are pretty good. So I have a look at it in the beginning, in the break, and in the wrap-up. So while it's limited, I do need to focus on these players, as this is their experience. And the ADHD brain don't do a lot of things that good. But yeah. Without further ado, let's just jump in with these guys. I can see they're talking, so we're probably going to jump in mid-conversation and not know what the fuck's happening. Let's go. Where's my Discord? Here it is.
Sure about it.
Whoa! Sup, yo?
What do I have in this? Any armor. It's being chaotic.
I have to switch music over. Hey.
Hold on.
I have a
Not yet.
1660 Ti. There we go.
Oh yeah, no, your computer should be able to run it. Considering
Give
mine
me
is
shit.
16.
For having. I don't want this.
To be on minimum.
I don't know why I'm running that song. Okay. I should probably do this, huh?
Oh, that's better.
Mr. Tyler.
Oh, I didn't turn these back on. Haha, let's go.
Oh god, why is this so
There we go.
Nice.
Awesome. Everybody in the right place? Fuck yeah,
No.
love it.
No.
No.
I checked, you can't lie to me.
No, wrong spot.
I'm actually Carver.
My real name
Well.
is Rick. Thank you. I'm Kev.
I'm actually Tyler.
Oh god, good luck then. Here you go. So, what are we doing?
Everything just falls on you now.
Shit, okay. We're about to have the New Year's Eve party.
Okay.
Is she right?
What way will it go?
I mean, you're most of the way into the night.
Yeah, it's getting to New Year's.
We're-
Like,
I was gonna
we're
say, aren't
in
we
the
at the
eve.
New Year's?
Yeah, we're at the New Year's Eve party.
Mhm, yeah.
It's gonna be the
Excuse
New
me.
Year, and we're about to get fucked.
Hey.
Bless. I need
Probably
to bless
not,
these
but-
dice. Please be nice to be dice.
I love that blessing. Good job. Just be nice. Behave.
to me, please. Don't fuck me over.
Love it,
It's
love
just
it.
gonna roll fuck me the whole time.
The entire time. I'm gonna
I'll
jinx
just
it
keep
now.
getting fuck me. It's raw.
They're really cool dice though. I love it.
They are.
Make sure that I'm
Please, dice.
Okay. I think. Okay. I'm just gonna do a quick audio so Brooke's okay. Issy, say some stuff.
Some stuff.
Awesome.
Sorry.
God, Zee,
Roast lamb, chicken bolognese.
good words. I'm gonna turn you up. That's definitely some stuff.
Slightly
Are
quieter.
you hungry?
Only slightly. It's actually really good though. And
No, I
Kev.
had roast lamb like just before.
Oh, nice. Kev, can I get some words, please?
Yes, what kind of words would you like?
Oh, any. I'm
He's
to turn
very
you up
quiet.
quite a bit.
Yeah, I have to do the same.
I need to turn Tyler down, actually.
How about now?
Bit better.
Any better?
Still gotta turn you up
Yeah.
a bit though.
Okay.
I haven't made 171%.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
good lord.
it 121?
Yeah, I normally have to
Yes.
reset my.
I've got
My-
Kev at 88, about the same as the rest of you. So
Oh, okay.
It's the
not
only
looking
one I
good
have
if
to
he turns
turn
in
up.
physics.
I've got everyone else on 100%.
If I don't have you loud enough, I will just not understand what you're saying because there are no subtitles.
Yeah, unfortunately
That's
so.
fair.
Oh no,
This
I've
is
got
why I
everyone.
watch everything with subtitles, otherwise I just
Same.
don't understand it.
Fair enough.
I mumble a shit ton though, so it's also like we never know what he says anyway.
Oh dear.
I'm like, oh, he gave us 1,000 gold, nice.
Not quite.
I think he said we won the game. Did we win the game?
We
No,
did.
just by bringing that up, you lost the game.
We're not in 2012. God damn.
Oh, but you still lost the game.
Oh, I cannot believe that is like the epitome of like, fuck. When was that? It's like early high school, right? Yeah. My God.
Late 2000s, early 2010s.
My
I was-
God.
I was playing Final Fantasy, and I went to like one of the most congested areas and was just yelled out, "You lost the game!" And people were like, "Fuck you!"
Wow.
So I stood up in front of a school assembly one time, and I just said into the mic, everyone lost the game, and everyone just plummeted their head down in their seats.
My God.
So bad, oh my God.
Even a
Amazing.
couple of the teachers were just like,
That's why you do this. Huh. My God. Okay.
"Had to."
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Prime
Yes,
opportunity.
you're my fan.
A little bit, yeah. You moved it, so it's fine now.
That's why I'm not sitting in my room, because I have this really loud fan.
Yeah, I've got my fan going, but I do have a heat pump, but I don't want to have it going all the time, because...
I
Power.
need to, otherwise I'm
Power.
gonna just die.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I'm just
let's jump into session
casually
notes.
sweating my ass off.
Hey,
Session
casually.
notes.
So, session 5 is the 31st of Raincall, the last day of the year. Rourke ate some bad food given to him by one of his friends, Coldar, and he kind of had to be like, "Hey guys, I kind of screwed over our friend. Sorry." So he and the local laboratory are really feeling it today, unfortunately. Aeolus goes to his shrine, where Light joins him, and they eat some fruit. There's a big kind of banquet going on. They talk some, and he says how he nearly died the other day, causing them to very much panic and mild concern. Kaba again fails handwriting checks multiple times, and then wanders through the town. He strolls near the mountain and hacks near some wood. Suddenly hears some rumbling, and some rocks start tumbling down from the mountain. Kaba learns Harden, and it's super effective because he doesn't get squished. He then returns to Xing Tree's questions. Yep.
It's sort of a challenge. How early can I get a stupid pun in?
Very fair, very fair. Amora goes to see the gnome girl and the bugbear woman of the town. Both are looking at blueprints and planning town expansions. She proceeds to see the rats. One really attaches to her and ends up being named Bethany.
God damn it, Bethany!
It's just Bethany. As the day finishes, people pack up and the partying begins. Walking through the town, people look kind of weirdly at Amora, mostly because of Bethany, and some drunks ask to pet Bethany, as does a little child, after their father asks about the disease chances. Amora goes to join in all of the dancing and festivities, as she is now. Kaba chills nearby the fire, and a tall furbolg woman joins him. Magdalene, the heart of Holbeck, introduces herself, and Kaba introduces himself as Harry. When asked, she struggles to read his handwriting as well, but suggests Dr. Flawed might be able to help, and to visit the nearby Academy of Wizardry.
Wizard Harry.
Bro, Wizard Harry. He sure is. Oh my god. I didn't connect that until just now.
Neither.
Oh, I love
I win!
I love that.
And now I'm just waiting for Aeolus to screw up some sort of lightning spell and to mark my forehead.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Probably will happen.
Let's go. Aeolus reads about spell ranges and learns Cloud of Daggers. He also watches some drunk people be pulled out of the fountain as he walks around to the town with Light a bit later on. Actually, I'm just going to do that so I can see if my mic is muted or not.
Yes, I didn't hear a word of that. What are you on about?
Don't worry about it, it's all good. As long as stream can hear me, it's fine. You guys don't need to. No. At midnight, as people start counting down, Kaba is sitting near the central bonfire, Aeolus is wandering around with Light, and Amora is having fun dancing, supported by a few drinks. Rourke, well...
Sick.
What does end up happening with Rourke, though, is you end up getting up in the late evening, feeling a ton better after some rest and a little water. You go downstairs to find the tavern absolutely packed with people. They're having a joyous time dancing and singing as Nakoa, the high elf woman barkeep that saw you guys when you first came in, she kind of rushes over to you and offers you something to drink. Is there anything I can get you? It's really close to midnight, so...
You got any food?
Oh, yeah. she like darts off and grabs like a bowl of stuff and an ale as well. An ale as well. Oh my god. And then runs.
Size ale.
An ale whale.
Ale whale.
Ale whale.
Runs back up to you and hands it to you. Yeah. Amazing. And she hands it to you as you start to hear people counting down. She kind of looks around as people start like rushing outside. They're all taking their tankards and stuff like that. Nobody really seems to mind. But she just puts a big smile on her face and like kind of grabs you by the bicep and is like, "You are going to want to see this," and kind of like pulls you outside as well.
Okay.
Don't worry about the bowl and stuff. That's just like eat while you watch.
I'll taking them both with me.
Hell yeah. Eolus and Light walking around the city trying to avoid drunk people. As the people start counting down, Light looks really, really excitedly at you. Before saying, "I'm really glad it's a clear night tonight. You'll be able to see it all clearly," as she puts her head back. Put the head back and looks at the sky. Watch. And it just has a big smile on their face. Amora, you are... Sorry, Kava, then Amora. Kava, as you're sitting by the... Nope, I did get that mixed up. Bleh, sorry. Amora, as you're dancing, one of the girls that you're dancing with just kind of like stops and is looking up at the sky and then goes, "What's that?" As the other one next to her goes, "You dummy, it's a display, duh. Look, it's about to start." Yeah, they just kind of like are all kind of just like around you and they all just start like looking up and pointing. A couple of them definitely lose their balance as they're trying to like look at the sky and stand still. And you hear a bunch of people just start murmuring as people start looking up. Kaba, you sitting there by the fire, just look out and start to follow their heads. Beautifully clear night sky suddenly explodes in colour and vibrancy as explosions of dazzling and shimmering light span across all of the sky. Small pops echo in the space as they burst. People cheer and celebrate as the effects slowly fade from the sky. It just goes on for probably a good like 5 minutes or so of things just kind of like exploding and making shapes, and there's so much colour before it all fades. As everybody is kind of just like coming down from the high, they kind of murmurs of concern start, as even though the sky is clear, it starts to kind of look a bit daunting as the stars in the sky begin to blink out.
Black hole time!
Very, very slowly, they just fade, one by one, before a wave across the sky blinks them all out. Only the half moon hanging in the pitch black of the sky. Is that part of the display? One of the girls near you calls out Amora, and everyone's just kind of, I don't think so. What's happening? What? Just murmurs start rising. Nakoa next to you, Rourke, just kind of gasps and is like looking across the sky to find anything other than the moon. And there's nothing.
Does he usually do that?
No. I mean, the display's just programmed illusions and other sort of illusory magic. It doesn't do that. And it's lasting way longer.
Like who usually programs it? 'Cause somebody got to talk to him.
You can see a couple of people like going over towards where there are like a group of people standing on one of the buildings. Start like yelling up at them like, "What's happening?" As Nakoa points to them. They're a lot of the lecturers from the School of Wizardry as well as some of their protege students. I'm not sure. Sorry, you turn the music up.
Maybe if somebody's getting detention.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Even Light next to you, Aeolus, is just making noises of concern as they watch all of the people kind of rush over to that rooftop, start like... Because a lot of the people are drunk, it starts from like, hey, what's going on, to, what did you do? What is happening? And it just goes to like, it starts becoming a problem. And a couple of people, after a couple of minutes, you just see and hear a bottle smash as someone starts throwing stuff, and then stuff is being thrown up at these people, and people honestly just start like rioting. They're like, all of these drunkards are just like throwing things, and then it just starts to be like this big brawl.
I'd probably pick Light up and just mosey on away from it.
Very fair. Are you going anywhere in particular?
The temple.
Cool, so it is. You kind of dodge between people. I'll get you to make, for the fun of it, 3 dex checks.
I know my dex.
I don't think you do, so just 3 rolls.
Yeah.
What is it? What is it? Awesome. Oh boy!
We're starting out great
Yeah.
today,
Happy New Year!
Hey, my second one wasn't too bad.
True, very good.
At least it wasn't.
Yeah. The first one, as you like pick up Light, is a tankard that is pretty much full. So the tankard hits you in the head and like ale splashes over you and most of it over Light. And then the next one that comes by is like a bottle as you just catch it and then just kind of throw it to the side. As you start moving quickly, you manage to dodge the next one that comes through as it's another bottle and just smashes on the wall behind you as you duck, and then you make it back to the temple. As you do, are you just running inside? Like, are you taking notice of anything as you're about to go inside?
I'd be looking around, basically making sure no one's rioting close to the temple, but as soon as I'm into the temple, I'd pretty much drop Light. Well, not drop it, but place them down.
Yes, yep.
And stand outside and make sure no one's like rioting in front of the temple.
Okay, cool. I'll get you to make a perception check when you're standing outside again, so just make a d20 roll. I don't think you have your perception yet.
No.
Okay.
Jeez.
Kind of just focusing on the outside, as you were running in, sorry, let me try this again. As you were running in, you did hear Light kind of gasp as you put them down in there and then go and poke your head outside again. There aren't people nearby, they're mostly in the town centre, and the Shrine to the Wildstorm is a little bit a ways from there, so you're pretty sure that nobody is going to be rioting pretty close to here. But you do hear Light's voice behind you after a couple of seconds as they put their hand on your shoulder and are just looking out at the top of the temple. You can see, because the only kind of light is now this moonlight, there are a couple lanterns and stuff around the town and stuff like that, as you can see the reflection of tears welling up in her eyes. Looking up at the temple, it's a completely marble building that is kind of like a off grey colour, just so it's not like pure white, so it's kind of like a greyish. And it has 2 stories, that's what it's called. And you can see on where the next story comes up, and there's like this glass, what are they called?
stained glass pictures. Or
Thank
whatever.
you. Yes, the stained glass, most of it's shattered. The front one is shattered, and because it's kind of like an octagon kind of shape, so there's the main one which is shattered, there's another one which is shattered on that side, and the one on that side that you can see from the front has been like painted on. And with an 8 you don't see what it says. But Light is very upset from seeing all of that broken, and a lot of the paint from that side has like spilt down across most of the side of the temple over there, so there's just this like red stain down the side of the temple. Well, okay. They just try and calm themselves and just wipe away some of the tears.
Seeing the tears in their eyes, I would probably just grab them and walk them closer to get a better view of the paint and the damage that was caused as well.
You guys do end up taking like a loop around the building, so you can see that the red kind of spill isn't just on this side, it is also on the back and the opposite side. Only, how many sides? 1, 2, 3, 4, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sides. 5 of them are broken, and 3 in a row are still fine. But they say they aren't coming, they are gone. You're alone here. Just kind of on each one it has those words. And then most of them are just broken. There's no one around the building. Nothing like that. As you're kind of walking around the building with Light, they have their hand in yours, and every now and again when they see more red paint, more shattered glass, they just squeeze your hand, and you can see that they're very much biting their tongue. I hope that none of the other temples have been affected.
It'll be alright. I'll help you clean it up.
I think in the morning. So two of you just go inside. Even from the inside, because the second floor has a opening that... It's kind of weird trying to describe this building, because it's a very specific way in my head. So it's like a square at the bottom and then the octagon at the top that goes up high. And because there is the kind of like shrine area at the back, above that there is an opening to where the octagon shape is and goes up, so you can pretty much stand in the middle of that circle and look up and see all of the stained glass like coming down. So in that space there, it's just shattered glass. And Light kind of goes to at least sweep the glass into like one pile in there, and then they just go to one of their offices, which does have a room off it, and probably just stay there for the night. And there is space for you to stay as well. They have like medical beds and stuff like that as well.
Before she gets the chance to really sweep it up, I would probably grab the broom or whatever she's got to sweep it and do it for her.
Okay.
Them.
It's yeah.
And yeah, I would probably stay on one of the medical beds.
Cool.
But I would try and get up early enough to start cleaning before they get up.
Okay, sweet, absolutely. You didn't have any alcohol or anything like that, so you're totally fine, you're fully with it. And I'll say that you can absolutely do that. We'll come back to that. As the people start like rioting and stuff like that, the people that are nearby the tavern near Rourke and Nakoa, they run over there to start like rioting as well. You just hear one of them be like, "Yeah, what the fuck's happening?" As they just run off. Yeah, so what are the three of you doing that are still left in this kind of rioting space doing? Who wants to go first? Go for it. Sorry, water.
Harbour like saw the stars, but again doesn't really understand what they are or why the disappearance is confusing. So as the rioting starts, he sort of watches it from his sitting position still, and as it starts to get closer, he'll slowly get to his feet, and then start to walk towards the tavern. And actually, tap his chin. No, it's going to be too loud tonight. Look around, start wandering off towards where he was hitting wood, slightly out of town, and like as stuff happens around them, just slowly push through it all. Excuse me, sir. Watch where your fist is going, please.
Love it. Yeah.
Old man nonchalance the whole way there.
All right. Cool. I will say you definitely feel a couple of like bottles breaking on your shell, but I'll get you to make. Yeah, make it 3 as well. 3 rolls of a d20, because you don't have your dex as well. I don't think any of you have that. 30. No. So unhittable. No. So yeah, the first 2 are the ones that you feel break on your shell, and the last one you that's where you say like, hey, watch where your fist is going, because he definitely knocked you in the back of the head. But you just continue onward, make your way out of the rioting, and can go back towards that area. There's more you get out of town. It is pitch black out here. You cannot see. Not pitch black, sorry, there is moonlight, but it is very hard to see. I'm pretty sure that all of you do not have dark vision.
Then I might not make it all the way to where he was going, but as far as he can be bothered trying to strain his eyes to see, and then he'll just find a spot and stop.
Cool. Yeah, so it'll probably be like pretty close to the edge of town. So like all the lantern light and stuff like that would fall, and then it would be like, okay, yeah, no, that's just darkness.
Yeah, he wants to be far enough away that he can get a quiet night's sleep.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There are a few just like random houses out here, and you can see people kind of like peeking their heads out, looking down the road, and then just shaking their heads and closing their doors. You hear like locks and stuff going, people closing curtains. You even hear a couple of just like heavy bits of wood being placed in front of doors and things like that. As you're just out here in this very quiet space. The kind of like echoings of people yelling and throwing things is quite far away. But you can absolutely sleep out here. I'm just going to roll a d6. Rock, what are you doing? You are a fair bit of ways from it. I'd say probably 30-40 feet.
I would kind of pull Nakora behind me. Just chaos is kind of breaking loose, make sure she's okay. And then just kind of like stay ready for anybody like trying to come damage the inn, since that's my current home.
Okay, absolutely. Cool.
Probably start yelling more Kaba. The
Cool. Say Amora, make a perception check. It would be with disadvantage, so just roll 2 d20s. Because you would be probably one of the only ones that are around. Eolus is definitely gone, and Kaba is... I'd probably say...
19 and a 3.
3 it is. But it is plus 4, because you have your wisdom now. 7. There's quite a bit happening. You don't hear Rourke's voice, so Rourke, you don't get any replies or anything like that. Yeah. But you would start seeing some guards coming out as there seems to be some fire that is like being thrown. And for what that looks like from the inside, Amora, is you kind of getting like shoulder checked and people like rushing past you to get to these like magic people who have done something to the sky. People start throwing things, you're kind of dodging a lot of this stuff, and then you see someone pick up kind of like a piece of wood that was sticking out of the fire and pick that up, the end of it completely aflame, and they biff it. And then people are like, hey, that's a good idea, because they're drunk. So they start doing that. As you just see a bunch of guards come in, and there's also quite a lot of people that seem to be sober, thank God, that are kind of armoured. Some of them aren't, and they come in as well from another side. You can see a couple of like emblems and stuff like that, so you can guess they're from the Adventurers Guild, coming to kind of sort out all of the drunkards to try and quiet this riot. Yeah. So, what are you doing in this situation, and then I'll get you to make some checks.
I have a question, because I know that Charm Person requires things that I don't have.
Okay.
Now. But, like, I was wondering if, like, in the moment, and she's drunk, and she's just trying to, like, get everyone to calm down, if it would maybe somehow work.
Absolutely.
She's like, everyone calm down.
Hell yeah.
She's like, let's just be chill, we're having a great night. Let's just all chill, guys.
Absolutely.
Just in the middle of the riot, let's chill, guys, we're having a great time.
Okay.
Why are you gonna ruin it like this?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get you to roll a d6 and call odds or evens, because you might do one thing, you might do another.
Okay, let's go evens.
Okay. Evens is the thing you want to do.
Again, because it's a 6.
Alright, cool. So you are doing Charm Person. You are... Who would you currently be looking at? Like, are you just kind of looking in a general direction and just kind of like...
Yeah,
everybody?
just like towards the people that
Towards the
have
mass
decided...
of fire.
Yeah, the person that decided that grabbing a giant fire stick was a great idea.
Okay, so the person that started it.
Yeah.
In that case... Okay. You... I rolled high, I'm sorry. They're commoners, but I rolled an 18. So,
Shit!
you start calling out and being like, hey, can we, like, not? As he picks it up and is like,
Can we not, guys? Please.
well, they go rid of this guy, it's fucking dumb. And then turns around and biffs it. As you're trying to, like, calm people...
Look at me. Shut the fuck up.
No, he didn't biff it at you, it's okay. Still biffs it up and
That
down.
would have been funny though. Shut up!
Just fucking whacks you across
I
the
don't
head
care.
with a flaming bit of wood.
Don't tell me what to do.
My god. They're violent, but they're not going to assault people like that. Jesus.
Throwing fire at people already.
Hey, as far as
Like-
they know, they've done something bad. You are just kind of yelling at them.
You were just trying to calm them down.
Yeah. Tell me to calm down. So as you just see them biff this thing, and people start like picking things up out of the fire and throwing them. You have the your gal pals around you that are just like, what's happening? This is so weird. I don't like this. This is the worst party ever. New Year's was better last year. Is your red okay?
like scuttled like under here.
It's just
under the
hiding.
collar. It's just like I'm just like, she'll be okay. Thanks for asking.
We should get out of here. This is dumb.
Where do you... I'm just gonna copy them because it's funny. I'm like, where do you guys live? I could help you get home.
And they both point in different directions. No, it's that way. No, it's the other way. No, it's not. We don't know.
Blonde.
You don't
Both
know
not
where
blonde.
you live?
I can't remember neither. Let's just go that way. I like that way. Just go.
I'm gonna follow these drunk girls because I am also drunk.
Fair enough.
Sticking together seems like the best choice, right?
Absolutely. So, I'm gonna need, because you are literally in the middle of the crowd, sure, let's go. 5d20 rolls. And I have to roll for these girls as well.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
And write them down.
That's a 13.
Mm-hmm.
A 16.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, fuck, I dropped it. 14. How many is it? 3?
3, yep.
2 more?
Yep.
That's a 2.
Awesome.
And a 16.
Nice.
Pretty decent rolls, except for that 2. That 2's like, fuck you.
It's almost fuck you.
Sure.
It's almost fuck me.
Oh.
I'm just gonna end up lost, aren't I?
Don't worry about it.
Conked out in the fountain.
They
Like
just
every
find me
other
the next
person.
day in someone's like random ass doorstep.
Oh my god.
Just finds you outside the temple while I'm cleaning.
But I'm in a really weird place. Like I somehow
Yeah.
got up on the roof or something.
Yeah, you're like dangling off. Hey.
I can just imagine like your eyes fluttering open and Bethany squeaking right in front of your face.
Mm-hmm.
My head's just like off the side of the building, and I'm just like, it looks like I'm dead.
Yeah, I'd be standing there like,
Just poke her with the broom.
yeah,
Wake up.
you awake?
Are you alive?
Okay, so what happens is, so it's you, hold on, I need to make sure that this is right. So that's Amora. The one who kind of doesn't talk as high and annoying has black hair. The other one has brunette hair.
Do they have names?
You haven't
Can I
asked
make up
them.
names?
You can make up names for them.
Okay, I'm gonna call one Judy,
Okay, that's the black haired lady.
and the other one's gonna be named Arwen.
I'd love if this is you just making up names and not having
Oh
asked
yeah,
them.
no, I haven't asked them. I don't
Yeah.
know their names.
No, this
I'm
is just.
giving them names.
Mhm.
Names
Okay.
are Judy and Arwen now.
Cool. Yeah. So as you are leading Judy and Arwen home, or home,
I don't know where they live. They don't know where they live.
exactly. The first little bit of like trying to get out, you and Judy, the black-haired lady, you're kind of fine. You are like dragging Arwen behind you, who like trips over a couple of things and is like still trying to drink her drink. The next bit is pretty much exactly the same as you're trying to get out of the crowd, and Arwen's just like, but I haven't finished my drink yet. The next one, she finishes her drink and just kind of throws it behind her, and then the three of you manage to get out of the crowd at this point. The two is when you don't quite dodge a couple of flaming things as it hits you in the back and then lights a bit of Judy on fire. Judy rolled a 4. So the two of you are on fire as Arwen's just like, oh my god, and starts like hitting you to try and put out the fire. It's just like, stop it, get off.
We're so hot right now.
Guys, I think I'm burning up.
So I was just like hitting the two of you. You do take a little bit of damage. It doesn't matter. It's gonna go away. But you do take a bit of fire damage. You can feel like you're just gonna get a little burn. But I was just like slapping the both of you, just like stop it, get off, and then just like kind of shoves Judy. It's like, can you not shove? Oh my god! And then just you both kind of grab her wrists and then just drag her along as Judy and Arwen do end up getting hit with a couple of like tankards. You manage to dodge the last one that comes at you, Amora, but you two manage to get away from all of the oh my god, this bug I'm gonna murder. You do manage to dodge all of the crowd and get out to an area where you can just kind of go in a direction.
I don't know where we end up, really.
You're kind of just wandering for a little while. There are like a bunch of houses and stuff here as you're in that kind of district now. Judy kind of points to a random house every now and again and is like, is it that one? It's not that one. Is it that one? It's not that one either. It's that one. No, it's not. You do end up quite close by to the tavern that you helped with the rats. So the windows are fixed. There doesn't seem to be too many people around this area. They've all kind of like gathered towards the middle of town. But there's a tavern. They can't find their house, but that's there.
I'm just like, Judy, Owen, like we should totally just go stay at the tavern.
I don't live in a tavern.
I know, but like you don't know where your house is.
Ah.
I'm 100% calling them Judy and Owen.
Yeah, they're not correcting you. They're not correcting you. They're just like, sure.
I mean, at least it's a place to sleep tonight, right?
Yeah. I don't want to sleep on the
Maybe they
dirt.
have tacos.
Oh my god. I am hungry though. Let's go. You guys go inside. The goblin woman that runs this place is still there, just kind of like looking out the window as you guys approach.
I'm a hide Bethany.
Okay, cool. Roll a d20 for Bethany's stealth.
Oh no. Bethany, please be stealthy. It's a 12.
She rolled worse, it's okay. She's also shorter, so it's hard to see. So she just kind of looks at the three of you as you walk in. What do you want?
Well, they can't find their house.
Mm-hmm.
So, can we, like, stay here? Because, you know, it's a tavern and you like, have beards.
Fine. But we'd also like some food. I'll have to make some. Cool. What do you have? And they just kind of like have this conversation that the goblin woman is not having, but they just keep asking like, but I want tomatoes, and I don't. Can I have like cheese on it? I don't like cheese, but that's for my one. Okay. And the goblin woman's just like, okay. And then goes and makes some stuff. You manage to get them to a seat and you guys get some food. Arwen asks for like another drink and the goblin lady just gives her water. And
Oh my god, this alcohol tastes so good.
oh no, she's fully like, I love vodka. This tastes weird. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you managed to get them. Oh, actually, God, there's stairs here. Hey, make another round of checks. Just one for getting up the stairs.
Okay.
Oh boy.
What are we adding to this?
dexterity. You don't know yours.
Okay, so that's a 4.
Okay. Cool.
Am I crawling up this stairs?
You and Awana. Judy fell after the second one. So Judy's just on the ground, just like, can I sleep here instead? I don't like these up things. They're hard. As you and Awana are just like, yeah, these things suck. You just kind of like grab her foot and start like dragging her up, and she's like,
The lady must be like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Oh, she's just watching, just shaking her head, just.
Kids these days.
Someone does have to pay, and it will be. She asked for a gold from each of you.
Okay. Do they have money? We should ask this.
Odds or evens.
Am I rolling this or are you rolling this?
I'll let you roll it.
Okay, I'm gonna go with odds as a d6, right?
Yep.
That's a 2.
They don't have money.
I'll just like, because I'm drunk right now, so I don't know how much money. I just passed her like 5 gold.
She does not correct you. Yep.
Like, I hope that's enough.
It's the exact right amount, thank you.
I'm crawling up the stairs.
Yep. Every time you like get to this top, and then there's just like thud, ow, thud, ow. But you do make it to the top after like the last one, and she's like, that sucked. Where am I sleeping? And then so all 3 of you are crawling on the ground as you like slowly get up and find a room and go to sleep. Since you're very drunk, I'm gonna say you are still sleeping though, so you would sleep it off immediately. But you would have had exhaustion. I'll say you don't.
I'll be hungover though, maybe.
Oh, you're hella hungover. Okay. Rourke, you see all of this start to be like pulled apart. People are being arrested. People are like being removed and stuff like that. A lot of people being like walked away, walked home and stuff like that. They've got certain people in like groups on the ground. Like a lot of them are struggling and things like that. A couple of people have been like cast to sleep. So it starts to die down as a lot of the fire that was like thrown and stuff. The mages are putting out those fires and stuff like that. The main bonfire is put out pretty much immediately as it starts to quieten down. You don't see any sight of anyone, or any of your party members at least. You do see a couple of people you know. Both of your Goliath friend and one of the guys that was with him when you first met him. They seem to be pals. They're helping people just being like detained and stuff like that. Let's see. Okay. Bo is kind of like dragging Koldar away as Koldar is drunk off his ass. And then the lizard folk and dwarf that are part of their party are coming back towards the tavern. They're just kind of dragging Koldar behind him. After the 3 of them, she's just like mumbling away. He gets dragged past and he's like, "Hey, Rook, I'm glad you're good," as he's just being dragged away. Evie! Ow!
Dude, what did you give me?
Was some kind of like meat thing. I don't know. I think it was fine. I think it was cooked. I might have cooked it. Did I cook it?
It was not good. It was bad. It was real bad.
Oh. Yeah, it was, huh? And his bo's just kind of standing over him. You ate something he gave you?
Yeah.
Never do that. Ever.
Yeah. I'm with you now. Not a good idea.
Sorry, it's a
You ever get like where you can just like feel everything inside you turning to water?
Oh god.
Yeah.
Your dick called out. Hey, rub your dick. No. She just grabs him by the leg, pulls him up the step. He hits his head fucking hard. She definitely doesn't try and like stop anything from happening as the door is closing towards his head. But the lizard folk's like, huh, don't do that.
I'd ask if you want a hand, but I don't think you do.
The lizard folk's just like, that's fine. Bo handles him.
Oh yeah, that's clear.
We're gonna go to bed.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. I just got up, so I'm gonna walk around for a little bit. I've been tired all day.
The dwarf is just about getting inside. Just
I was
says,
pretty sick.
don't get arrested.
Oh, I should be fine.
Cool.
Right? No, I should be fine.
You
Looks like all the fighting stopped, so
might give you a wave and start heading
Yeah.
inside.
have a good one.
Nicole, who's still behind you, just kind of like, that might be a good idea. Do you want to? I mean, like going inside, not walking around. I don't know if I will, unless you want me to. Are you okay going by yourself? You can handle yourself. You're fine. But I don't know. I'm just asking.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I'm good. Like,
Okay.
you need to go in. Yeah, I think things are pretty chill now. So
Okay. We don't like. Actually, we'll probably have to. So, and she kind of leads you around and is like, "There's a door that way. I'll leave it unlocked for you. It's like behind a couple of the bins. You'll be fine. But we'll probably have to lock the front door because it's like 2 a.m. I think.
oh yeah.
Yeah. So you can still get in. I'll make sure that you can. But yeah.
Well, I mean, no, you don't have to go any trouble. Like, they should be fine. I'll just come in. That'll be easier.
No, like it's okay. I mean, just the people down there. A lot of them probably don't remember where they live. So they
Yeah,
come
but
to
I
the
don't know
cabin.
where any of them live either.
They'll probably just sleep outside. That's why we locked the door.
Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, I'll just come inside. That'll be easier.
Okay. Cool. The two of you guys head inside. The lizard folk and dwarf are already gone, but you can see Bo like nearly at the top of the stairs, dragging Koldar. At some as she's nearly at the top, he like grabs hold of one of the rails and is like, "I don't want to go to bed," and she just lets him go, and he falls down the stairs. Have fun sleeping down there. Good night. She just walks off. He's just kind of on a hump, like in a lump on the ground, like, "Oh, I'm gonna sleep here then. Okay. Good night." And it goes into a ball. Okay.
Good night.
Yeah. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Happy New Year.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. And she like closes the door and does like lock it and puts like a bit of wood down and stuff like that, and then goes and starts like shutting up the tavern. Moving a couple of things and yawning, but she doesn't end up doing too much before she's just like, "It's locked enough."
We'll just kind of help like pick up glasses and plates and just kind of plus tables for it.
Awesome. There's like a basket and stuff, so you can stack them in there and all of that stuff. Once you've got them all kind of in there, she just tells you to put it on the counter, on the bar, sorry, and she'll do them in the morning. But yeah, if you do want to like go out, because you have been resting all day, she opens like the kitchen door. It's that one, and then yeah, you can do whatever you want. It's okay. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I might go for a walk for a little bit. Just get some air.
Cool. Okay. Good night.
Good night. I had a nice time.
Yeah, the display was pretty cool, right? Aside from the stars thing, but they were cool, right?
Yeah, it was real dramatic. It was.
Yeah. Okay. And it just goes upstairs to bed.
I'll just go outside, just kind of wander around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking to see if I recognize any of my friends in the dark.
Okay. The lanterns are still lit up and stuff like that, though they are getting like quite low. They normally burn till probably around 3-4 a.m. But then they like burn out and then get replaced in the morning for the next night. But it's, you're not sure what time it is, but the lanterns are burnt like quite low. And wandering around, you don't see anybody that you know. A lot of the people are like cleared out. It's mostly just the guards that are dealing with people now, rather than the Adventurers Guild. Everything seems to be pretty under control. You do see out of everyone that's in like armor and stuff like that are clearly guards, there is a very tall Furbolg woman that is amongst all of them, as well as what was she? A bugbear woman. They just seem to be talking with someone who's wearing a sash as well as a pretty like a bulkier set of armor with a massive sword on his back. They just seem to be having a conversation about everything, and yeah, a lot of the people are still being like taken away, or they're sleeping on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, Rourke probably doesn't care. He'll wander over to the other big people.
Hell yeah.
Hey, so what was that all about? Sorry, I don't want to. You guys are busy. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. The armored man speaks. We're just trying to figure out kind of what happened as well. I mean, aside from the riot, it seems that something else has happened. We've got most of the riot sorted out, though. We'll discuss more in the morning with the mages, the head of the school. But did you manage to see anything? Were you in the middle of this, or had an outside perspective?
I was over by the tavern. Gore said there's gonna be like a really cool show, and we looked up, and like all the stars disappeared, which was weird. Like you felt really lonely. It was kind of a downer.
Yeah.
And then people were like yelling at the school kids, I guess, the wizard kids.
Mm-hmm.
And things kind of kicked off from there, from what I saw.
We at least got it handled, but yeah.
Yeah, no, you guys did you were in there quick. It was a good job.
It helps having connections to the mayor, and the bugbear woman's just it does help to have your connections nearby. It normally doesn't kick off like that, but we've had some scuffles in the past, as is with things when alcohol is involved, but normally everyone's very good. Just a bit of a scare, I think.
Oh yeah, sure.
is there anything we can help you with? Are you wandering around for a reason?
Oh, I was just looking for some of my friends, but I haven't seen any of them yet, so...
They may have passed out, and they just gestured to the, like, large open space full of people on the ground, just sleeping.
I mean, maybe. They probably found somewhere to go. They're pretty resourceful.
I hope you'll find each other in the morning. She yawns. I think
I'm
need to
sure.
turn in as well. The bugbear woman departs, and there's just the Fubolg. The armored guy just kind of gives a nod and says he's going to make another last kind of set of rounds, check in with some of the other guards. But the Fubolg woman, who's been quite quiet throughout all of the conversation, has just been looking at the sky. And what do you...
Turning the stars back, or...
What was it, sorry?
Like, did any of the stars come back, or...
No, none of them.
Yeah, it makes me feel small, and I don't really like that. Like, there should be more. There's not.
It is... daunting. Unsettling.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens in the next night. And in the morning.
Yeah.
Kind of looks at a watch. Sunrise is in just a couple of hours. We'll see. The moon doesn't seem to have moved. It's just there. Normally it would be slightly lower.
It is weird.
It is.
You got any water? I forgot to. I've been sick like all day.
Oh.
It was a stomach thing. I ate something that I apparently shouldn't have.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm just real thirsty.
no, that's okay. She picks up like a tankard and does like a flourish of her hand, and you see it just like gets quite clean before like moving her hand again, and some water appears and then kind of just like plops into the glass. I haven't used my magic today, so why not?
Wow. Thanks.
Yeah.
Slowly but steadily drinking the entire thing.
It's fresh and cold.
Ugh. That's really good.
Can't do it too
I
often.
think that's the best magic water I've ever had. I mean, as far as I can remember, like I don't remember. I had a memory thing. My name's Rourke, by the way. Yeah, we had a memory. My friends and I all had memory things going on. Don't remember a ton.
I've met 2 of them so far. You would be the third.
Oh, cool.
I'm Meglin.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. I need to check in on a couple of things. Sorry to cut this short, but you can find me anywhere.
All right. I think I'll probably just try to go back to bed.
Yeah, that might be a
Like
good
it was a
idea.
big day.
Well, I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta like empty out the whole system.
she kind of like squints at you.
Back in.
Yes, I suppose so. She gives you a pat
have
on
a
the
good
shoulder.
night.
Yeah, she gives you a pat on the shoulder, and just kind of like some very like light green energy in the palm of her hand as she pats your shoulder, and then just walks away. As she walks, she was kind of like looking around for a second. before she just continues walking, but is looking up. But yeah, you're free to roam around for as long as you want to. Any kind of place in particular that you're heading to, just kind of like throughout the main part of town, outer, just kind of what area, so I know what to fill you in on.
Just probably in like the couple blocks around the tavern, like everything's being handled, no fires are needing tended to, so
Cool.
really more just stretch my legs and have awkward conversations.
Absolutely, love it. You do end up like talking to a couple of very drunk people right before they pass the fuck out. One of them you're talking to, and at some point while you're talking, you realize they have passed out. But yeah, a lot of it is just kind of wandering.
Or like, if they've got like a jacket on, just try to like pull that tighter around them.
Oh, I love it. Kind
of tuck them in.
Tuck them into the dirt. Love it.
Pretty sure I've been there, buddy.
Oh, amazing. After a little while, you can head back to the tavern. That door is still open. Nakora left it unlocked, and you can head upstairs and get some rest. You're probably out here for probably an hour and a half-ish, and from what Maglin said to you, the sun should definitely be rising. Nothing's really happening. It's still quite dark.
I'll sit down and take Grandma out of the pouch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much of that you caught, but there's weird stuff going on.
I can't see.
Oh. Like try to take her to a window, like have her look outside, like have her look up at the sky. So all the stars are gone. And the moon hasn't moved. Like the sun should be coming up, but I don't see it anywhere. So that's probably a bad thing.
Probably. Shit's fucked.
Yeah. Okay, I just didn't know if you'd know anything.
I have no idea. I also can't see it. I'm going off what you've told me.
Oh, okay.
Hollow eyes, honey.
Okay, you sure?
No light, can't no see.
Right. You know.
If I could squint at you, I could. If I could squint at you, I would.
Don't have light receptors.
Do you want me to, like, we need to get you eyes? Like, is that...
I'm intrigued to know what you'll do if I say yes, so yes.
Okay.
Grandma wants to find out. Let's go.
I'm just gonna go to the graveyard and be like, I'm gonna take these. Just go to the morgue and like, oh, they don't need them anymore.
We'll find out later.
Okay. I'm gonna have to talk to the others about this, though, because they might have ideas.
Good.
Yeah. Well, good night. Or morning-ish. I don't... We gonna have to have a new word for, like, what time of day it is now?
Black.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe you can come up with one.
Late moon, early moon.
Never.
It's literally.
I don't think I've ever
the
gotten
same
the name of
time.
time of day before.
Stuck.
gonna have to think about that.
I don't care. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
He's going to go to his pack, pull out a parchment
Yep.
and a quill,
Yes.
and just sit at his desk, staring.
I
Not
love it.
writing anything, just staring at it.
Yep.
Fuck, no, I love that.
For about 3.5 minutes. And then just face down.
Love it. Amazing. That is fucking fantastic. I am giving an inspiration point for that because that's incredible. Just great role playing. I'm also, because I should, I keep forgetting, I am gonna give Brooke and Zee an inspiration point as well. And EC, make sure that you got your inspiration down for session notes. Appreciate.
Here's my group. I have one inspiration. Let's go.
Okay. You guys wake up. And yeah, you do. Congrats.
Oh my god!
Do I?
I didn't get alcohol poisoning.
Not yet.
Do I wake up?
You do wake up earlier than Light does, so you can get up and start cleaning some of the stuff. Do you start with the outside or inside?
I'd probably start with the outside to let her sleep a little bit longer.
Alright, absolutely. Sorry, I had this written down, but I don't remember what it was.
How dare.
This is for something different. Get you to... are you... I should probably just ask, what are you doing first, in a way, just to start with stuff so I can get you to roll something?
I would probably finish cleaning up the glass.
Okay. Yep. That's honestly fine, yeah. Just from the inside you can do that. I'll say by the time you start the outside with the paint, kind of just starting from the bottom, working up, you do see Light come outside and has a couple of cups of tea. I wasn't sure if you had tea or coffee, but it's tea. I hope it's alright.
I'll enjoy it. Thank you.
I might start at the top, I think, in a minute. And just kind of sits and looks up at it and has a drink.
Take your time.
By the time that Light gets up, there aren't too many people awake anyways. There's probably just a couple of people that wake up like really early, people like bakers and stuff like that. But you do see a couple of people kind of walk past. They look at the shrine and then just kind of shake their head and continue walking. You do hear one of them say, like, "That's awful. Who would do that?" as they're walking past. A lot of them don't seem too bothered by it, like it's just an occurrence that happens a lot.
Yeah, I pretty much just mind my own business and keep cleaning until I smell freshly baked bread or something to eat for the breakfast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then I'll go to a bakery and grab me and Light something.
Awesome. Yeah, so that'll probably be a couple of hours. I'll say like an hour and a half or so, whatever. You go down and pick up some stuff to bring back. A couple of the clerics and pastors and stuff that have normally around here have come in and they're helping Light at the top. A lot of them are pretty much having to break the rest of the glass so they can just put a whole new one in. Yeah. And yeah, so they're just trying to keep that as unmessy as possible, and then scraping paint off and stuff like that. It doesn't take too long. Probably by about like midday they're definitely done, but you come back way before then with some freshly baked bread and stuff. I'll
I'd
say
probably look at light and be like, maybe I should have grabbed more.
I'll send someone to grab some extra for lunch. It's around 10 or so at the moment. Actually, no, it'll be earlier than that. It's nearly 10, let's say. But the bread just would have cost you, I'd say, like a silver for like a pretty decent sized piece. So there'll definitely be some like left over, but probably not for the other 5 people that are here. But that's okay. They do send and get some more stuff for later. They do have quite a bit left over from yesterday, like all of the food and stuff like that, and fruit, so they do bring that out as well again, and people help themselves. But yeah. I'd say as you're coming back after you get the bread, one of the clerics is talking to Light, and you overhear that the Nature and Maelstrom temples were also affected. It wasn't just this one. As Light just sighs. Well, some people had a busy night. Closes their eyes and just takes a deep breath. When we're done here, we'll go and aid the other shrines. Make sure that they're all alright as well.
I'm happy to help.
Thank you. It's so much appreciated. So the cleric gives a nod and then goes off. So yeah. Is there anything that you talk about during that break that you guys have?
Probably just getting her to reminisce about like past New Year's celebrations.
Okay. Cool. One second, I'm just trying to change the date.
No, you're not allowed a second.
Well,
How dare.
make sure I've got the right date in there. 29. Z. Yeah. They tell you that it was very, very tame. They still did the bonfire, they still did music, they still did the display. Some people would get like rowdy with some other people that they didn't like because they ran into each other, but like it's never ever been that bad. They normally don't even have to bring in any of the adventurers guilds or anything like that. Normally just like a couple of guards are posted around, and that's about it. They do tell you that the display is completely harmless illusion magic, and they only make it last instantaneously because it's essentially just a display. Yeah, some of the ones that do require like concentration, the people that are casting them just end up stopping the concentration and going about partying. So yeah.
I see.
Oh, sorry. They would say that the for the past couple of years, probably the past 3, they say, the temples do get tagged, but they don't get broken. Like, someone would just kind of tag the door. Yeah, they wouldn't actively, like, break stuff. Maybe, like, one of the front windows might be, like, cracked, but not anything like this. I mean, they do normally have guards. At least last year they had guards outside the temples. And I suppose they were busy, so they got away with whatever they wanted.
Well, I hope you weren't hurt during this riot when I tried to get us back to the temple.
No, I just smelt of ale. It's fine.
As everyone did that night.
Yes, very true. But it's alright. I hope not too many people were hurt as well. I know they got quite violent from what I hear from one of the clerics, but they did manage to stop everything quite quickly, which I'm glad for.
That's good.
You guys finish your tea and bread, coffee and bread, whichever one, and get back to work. Excuse me. But yeah, by midday, you guys are finished with at least cleaning up the shrine. The glass will have to be remade and all of that, so Light says that they'll do that later on, once they talk to each of the other shrines as well, to put in an order for all of them to be remade. There aren't as many on the other shrines as there are for the Wildstorm, as the Wildstorm had 8. I believe Maelstrom had 3 and Nature had 4. But they do have to be outsourced to the capital, so Light is kind of going on about that, taking a kind of like notebook with them and writing down a few things, and yeah.
Details on what they need to include in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. So you do that for the rest of the day. All of the shrines that you go and help out with, they are incredibly grateful. They, like, if there's ever like a meal, or like they do give you breaks and stuff like that, they give you food and stuff like that, they offer you money for coming to help, and they're just incredibly grateful that you've come and helped them. A lot of the kind of heads of the shrine, like Light, are very visibly devastated, and they do all seem to say a very similar thing and are spray painted in this red paint. Just, they're not here, you're alone, it's all fake, just stuff like that.
I would decline the gold.
Mhm.
I would graciously accept the food.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I will decline the money.
Okay. That is your day. I don't think there's any other stuff that you pick up. You do meet the where were they? The Luxodon of the nature shrine, Zinnia, and the Maelstrom one, because no one's been there yet, is a orc man named... Where's the orc name generator? Their name is Zuzag. Yep.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I'm glad I found a name instead of making one up, because mine would have been terrible, and Zuzag is adorable.
It's probably better than I could do too.
Zig is a orc man, by the way.
Yep.
Head of Maelstrom. Awesome.
So, meeting each of these people, I would probably ask briefly what their temple and demigods are meant to represent.
Absolutely. So nature, Zinnia lets you know that they are obviously nature, but also for things like growth and harvest, agriculture and things like that. So pretty much everything that is from the ground covers the demigodics of nature. The demigodics of nature also has a very, very close connection with the demigoddess of life, whose name is Zinnia.
What are these?
Yeah, a lot of these. I like Z and X names, like I can't help it.
Stay away from me.
They're just cool.
I can hate them over them.
Very
That's
fair.
my whole life.
Incredibly fair. And the Maelstrom is for... the Maelstrom is not a demigodics, they're just a godics.
Yep.
For arcane, loyalty, the ocean, safe travel, and family. And also a little bit of fire as well, because why not? And I think there was an extra thing for the nature, but I don't remember. I think it's fine. Yeah. The Maelstrom Shrine is bathed in like cyanish kind of light, and there are very, very like prominent smells of brine and stuff like that. It's very like oceany and stuff like that in here. And along the sides of the walls inside there is like a kind of like a pattern of rolling waves that just go through, and kind of when you're not paying attention it does look like they are rolling as you're kind of in this space. The nature shrine, as I said to Brooke, is like an there's an open area very, very similar to the Wildstorm, where there's like that open area and above it is like the tall tower, except that tall tower is completely open. So it's just like a hole in the ceiling, and there is a massive tree that is in there. Where this one differs from the rest of them, because I forgot again, my bad. This tree is just covered in red paint and glass. Yeah. It doesn't look like they came in here, they were just kind of from the top and tipped it in. Yeah. So a lot of the mages are just kind of cleaning it with water running through it and stuff like that, using their magic to try and clean it.
Well, I can't use magic to clean things, but I can.
I appreciate any help at all.
Tweak things up.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't have any water magic.
That's okay.
Or lightning and ice.
I'll help. Strikes the tree in half.
Yeah, it seems about right.
Oh god. Okay.
I'll help freeze everyone's death.
Oof.
Starts a 20-year winter.
Oh god. The rest of you wake up in various areas. Amora, you probably wake up a lot later. I would probably say that Kaba, you wake up first. You're probably woken up by the sound of just people moving around. How early do you think you'd get up, actually? You're muted. We can't hear you.
Still like 8-ish or something.
Okay, yeah, that's all good. Yeah, so your normal body clock just kind of wakes you up. You're used to getting up pretty early. And what would you like to do with your day? Anything in particular?
Emerge from the shell, go find somewhere to eat that is neither at the centre of town nor anywhere near a tavern that is still probably wrecked from the night before.
Mm-hmm. So, cool. You can absolutely go to the Pink Flame still. That looks totally fine. Most of the rioting just went on in the middle of town. The taverns are just kind of like a little bit outside of it. So you can go there, and it seems to be pretty okay in here. There's probably just like a couple of broken tables from drunkards falling onto them, but like nothing too massive. There are a couple of people in here.
And spots those tables, who sort of frown at them slightly. I told you they were badly. It was bad wood.
Nicole, who's like cleaning the bar, is just like, okay. There are other better tables to sit at, I think.
Nah, I want to sit at one of the broken tables.
She's just very confused. It's early.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Okay. And then just pretty much asks what she can get you. Fixes you up with a meal and some drink. Yeah. You're probably down here for a little bit before you'd see the other party aside from Calda emerge and then just kind of go to a table for themselves. And Rourke, what time do you think you'd kind of get up? You've been out for quite a little while at night.
You would probably get up like between 10 and 11.
Cool. That suits it. As you guys are... Why did I forget to mention that? Hey, the sky. You know, kind of important part when you're waking up. The sun is in the sky. But the moon is not gone. The sky isn't blue. It's still very dark. But the sun is still shining exactly the same.
Is the sun still creating enough light that we can see
Yeah.
everything? Okay.
Yeah, it's just in the sky itself. It's not illuminating anything. It's just kind of like sun and black. But the moon is still in the same place that it was last night. Important context. I forgot.
Froze night sky without freezing the day. How dare they?
Hey, shenanigans. So you two definitely do notice that. My bad. A lot of commotion about that kind of thing that you've probably heard over the course of your morning illness. It's just a lot of confusion. A lot of the shrine members come together and are kind of talking about it, and they have no idea. Before they're just like, we can't do anything, so we're just gonna take care of what's ours while we can. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ilios would have been like, he would have chimed into the conversation, but he wouldn't have really said anything. He would have minded his own business.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So yes. So you probably have a 2.5, 3 hours by yourself, Kaba, in the tavern, if you want to stay in the tavern. That you can do whatever in.
Gonna have breakfast for a while and then wander about town to try and find this doctor.
Awesome. Cool. Oh god.
Hey, there was a riot. You never know.
Absolutely, that's very true, actually.
No, but
Alright, there is a hospital in the town. It is pretty reasonably full, actually. Quite busy with everything that happened the previous night. But you head on over to Serenity Clinic, which is what it's called. Yeah, there's like a reception area you go up to and can ask for the doctor if you wish.
Yep. I'll also add only if he's got a bit of spare time at some point. Nothing.
The receptionist is like looking through a couple of things. It's like, there are a few people that are kind of needing him today, but one moment, and kind of gets up and then goes and has a walk around to try and find him. He does come out. You see a kind of shortish, stout tabaxi man. He has black fur and like very bright like yellow eyes, and just holding like a clipboard, and is in this white, very white cloak, which is very contrasting against the fur. It's just like, and how can I help you? Hi. Might have to make this a bit quick, but I'm here.
Don't worry. How's your handwriting?
Legible to me.
Fair answer. I'll pull out the book. Because I can't read mine. I was wondering.
Is this
Someone pointed me out that you stood a chance.
is this a medical condition?
Well, to be fair, I can't remember much from a few days ago, so at the time I wrote the book, it could have been a medical condition.
Hold out your hand like this, please. Okay. And then just kind of flips open the book at the page you've kind of got it marked on. It's like, oh. Flips a couple of pages.
As soon as he gets, its cover will just slowly deflate, like immediately assuming it won't be able to be read.
So you're gonna have to open something on your sheet. It brings the book closer to his face and is like, fall, element, nope. Just to flip this, says like random words out loud. I cannot help here. It kind of puts the book back in your hands. It's a few words, but not the best of luck, friend.
Thanks for trying.
No problem. If you need any help with your loss of memory, I'm sure we have a department for that somewhere. Potentially.
I mean, you look a little busy at the moment. It doesn't seem like an immediate problem, but yeah, if you have someone that can help, I suppose.
Yeah,
Can't
sure.
remember any reason not to.
Good. Make an appointment. Don't forget it. Write it down. Get her to write it down. And then swing by on that day.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you very much.
No problem. And just turns around, walks off. You make a appointment with the receptionist for the memory clinic. It's in a couple of days, so it would be the.
We should all just go with them.
I mean, if Carver tells you about it, why not? So it is on the 3rd of Thulite, 3rd of Mystic Vale, and the day is called Thulite.
Like Thursday.
Yeah, exactly. The days are named. Monarchite, choose. Monarchite, Tuesdayite, Windenarite, Thulite, Fridsonite, Saticolite, and Suncathite.
It sounds like you just got like the first part.
Exactly, so I could go
Monday,
choose, wins, Thursday.
and then edit them with like right, so now they all just sound like crystals.
Yes, that's the point. Yeah. And the year is now 999 Z. You have that sit up. And is there anything else that you wanted to do? Or will we jump over? Or we might...
He has one last place he was told that might be able to help, so he'll walk outside, look around for a bit, wander off towards the academy.
Awesome.
Or
Academy of Wizardry. Stola. Hold on, no. Stolia. That's what it is. Pronouncing. We'll jump back to that. Brooke, you get up. Oh, sorry, you sit up. Paper definitely stuck to your face. And the pen just kind of on the outside.
Get up, wander downstairs for breakfast.
Amazing.
Love it.
No clue what the homework was for.
Hell yeah. Love it. You get breakfast. Nicole gives you some stuff. You're all good. You can see the rest of the party isn't there. Not your party, sorry, the other guys. But Koldar's just kind of like by himself at a table with sunglasses on and a hood up, and is like falling asleep into a plate of scrambled eggs. He's just kind of in the corner, just... Yep, the rest of them just kind of left him there, so you're free to do whatever you like for the morning.
I'll grab a cup of coffee,
Mhm.
and then get one for him and just set it by him.
Oh, cool. You can see there's already like 2 mugs to the side as well. It's just like, It's just
Yeah,
drinks.
you're probably gonna need all those.
Yep. I think I'm not gonna go out today. They'll be fine. They're like doing something. Bo told me what it was, but I don't remember. They'll be fine. I'm just gonna hang here, so I'm kind of just drinking coffee for no reason.
Well, it's because of the hangover.
Yeah, we'll go with that. And finishes the cup. Did you not drink at all? Like, you don't look hungover at all.
Oh, I had like 2. I didn't like start until like right at midnight.
Right, that was
Like
my
right
fault.
before the riot. Yeah, because the food thing you gave me.
I should probably take those classes again.
Like, just so I know, like, do you know what was it?
So, they have, like, it's a type of chicken, I guess, because it looks like a chicken, but it's called a cockatrice, and, you know, like, the meat off that, and then I cooked it. I cooked it. But it's meant to be pink, right? Or is that steak? Is that beef? What's the difference between steak and beef? That's so dumb. It's meant to... Okay, so I didn't pay attention in the classes. I kind of just went to the cooking classes because the lady that taught it was really hard.
I know. Oh, I get that. I know pork's the other white meat.
It wasn't that one. I know that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Beef is usually like brown on the outside and then pinker in the middle, sometimes like red.
Oh. And it's meant to be that way when you cook it.
Well, I mean, yeah, like you can cook it to different like colors. I think chicken's usually like white. But then again, I got a memory thing, so I don't know. It seems like after yesterday, I would probably go with maybe cook a little longer.
Yeah. I'll.
Like it's all the one color.
Yep. For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. I normally don't, do the cooking. Leaf normally does it. Leaf is way better at it than I am.
No, I mean it's like cool. You're trying to like expand your skills and stuff, but
she was a really cute tiefling. She kind of looks like an older beau. So I was like, I don't know.
oh, is like that a thing going on?
She despises me. It's kind of hot.
Gotcha.
Hey, I grow on people. She'll love me. It'll be great. It's fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
You got any more?
What? Of what?
The chicken stuff.
No, but made me throw it away after I poisoned you. Her words.
But, yeah. No, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Where are your guys anyway? They.
I'm sure they're around here somewhere. They're pretty resourceful. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't really see any of them last night because I was
Yeah.
all day. I'm sure they're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go and sleep for much longer. At least it's not like bright outside, which is great. These help. They're so good. But
Oh, I bet.
yeah, I think closing my eyes would be better.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. Get some sleep, man.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Later.
Goes back upstairs. Picks up a bottle of water. A thing of water, whatever, and goes back upstairs. You have your breakfast. It is good. It comes with your room, but because you slept at the tavern, as well as nope, already paid. It's just another gold for you, and you can do whatever else you like. If you want a chance to think, we can come back. It's all good.
Well, he'll probably get up and like start wandering through town again,
Yeah.
looking for the group.
Cool. So he does. Looking up at the sky again, you see the sun and the moon in a void.
Oh. I don't think I like that. That feels weird. That feels really weird. Mora!
Okay. You start calling out Mora, just kind of from where you are as you're going through town.
Just as I'm going through town,
Awesome.
throw in Kaba once in a while, Aeolus.
Awesome. Tick. You're doing that for a while until you do see Amora, but first, Amora, you wake up in the tavern, and these other two, your friends, Judy and Owen, are still completely out to it. They're just passed the fuck out, face first, hair everywhere. You're probably the first one to wake up, as they had a lot more to drink than you did.
Leave him there.
Yeah, you can if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna pay for their breakfast.
Okay.
And then leave.
Okay. Excuse me. She asked you for another gold.
Okay.
Sweet. Just takes that and is like, I'll get it ready for them.
She's super overcharging.
Oh, absolutely, because she knows she can. You can head out of the tavern. You open the door and can see the same sky. It's super unsettling, but it also like doesn't hurt as much. Like your head is throbbing. It's not fun, but it's like, oh, I felt like that would hurt a lot more. Oh, thank God.
Yeah. I'm just like, it's all good.
That's
Oh,
it.
the sky looks pretty. Different, but pretty.
Yeah. Bethany kind of crawls out and then just kind of sits up on your shoulder.
Little babe.
So y'all hang out and then just continue into the town. Where are you going?
To see the damage from the night before.
Okay. As you're getting pretty close to the center of town, you do hear your name being called out by a familiar voice as you
Sorry, my food's arriving.
No, you're okay. If you need to go and get it, you can.
Okay, I can still hear you.
Okay, so it is. Rourke, you do see Amora as she's just kind of like wandering into town. You do see she has a rat on her shoulder. Would you? I'll wait for her to get back. Good time because it's like 8:30, so.
I mean, I did order it to arrive at 8:30, so.
Good shit. At least they like bang on that.
I'm not with you though. So now I'm just sitting.
Amazing. We'll let you do that, and I think what we'll do is we will come back once everybody's got their food and everyone's back here, and we'll continue with Rourke and Amora meeting up, and then we'll go to Kaba at the school, and then just kind of go from there. So we'll break a little bit earlier, and we'll break now and meet back in 45 minutes, so around 9:15 for all of us Kiwis. I'm still bad at remembering the time for you, Rourke. For you, Kev, sorry.
2:15.
2:15! My God, I need to write that in. Okay. Would you? Have good, and we'll catch you guys back in a sec. Okay, I had to put up a bunch of stuff. Baby. Okay, so we shall be back. Just give us a little bit to get some foods and some stuff. I will check up our normal little thing, 'cause why not? Where is it? And switch out the music so we can have some jams. Where did that go? I clicked the wrong thing. That's fine. But hey, I'll set this up. Be back soon. Okay, welcome back. Let's jump back into everything with all the peeps. Switch over the music again. Keep on. Here we go. Alright. I also did fix Amora's sheet. I didn't realize that Amora said Rourke the entire first part of that session. My bad. I don't know how I mixed that up as well. That was weird. That's right, we fixed it. So. About that. Amora, you are walking to the middle of the town. As you're getting closer, you hear your name being called out. As you see your twin sibling Rourke calling out to you. Rourke sees you as well.
I skip towards him
Hey.
and give him a hug.
Hey. Pat on head. Good shit.
Hey, how was your night?
Good, found some drunk girls to hang out with.
Cool.
Yeah, we crashed in that cabin.
Crash in a cave.
Crashed in that tavern, where Ale broke all the windows. They're fixed now, though.
That's good. You know you got a rat on your shoulder?
Oh yeah, this is Bethany.
Oh. Hey, Bethany.
It just kind of makes like a nyeh noise at you. Rat noise, apparently. That's how rats sound in my world.
Your rats sound like they smoke a pack a day.
Hey, exactly. Maybe they do.
Is that
You don't know
not
their
how
lives.
sound in real life?
Really, actually, so they don't really make that much sounds, do they?
Kind of like squeaks, I guess.
Afraid or happy.
Oh, my mic won't pick it up, but yeah, like squeaks and like chipping noise.
Not in my world.
None of your world, they sound like they smoke a pack a day.
Hey.
They probably do.
Pick them up off the street.
You just see rats just with cigarettes.
Yep.
Like New York rats, yeah.
Absolutely. Right, sorry, continue, guys. Rat makes noise at you.
So, like, this seems weird. The moon and the sun, like, the stars went out. Like last night, they just went out, and now the moon is still there.
I mean, it's a little different, but it's still very pretty.
I think it's creepy.
I don't know. I kind of find comfort in the vast blackness of the void.
Wow.
Sounds like my heart.
You're like the happiest, cheeriest person. You're like, I like it.
I like it. It's comforting. Everyone else is like, I find it so creepy. I'm like, it's so lovely. I just love it.
It's me. Oh, the sun? No, the blackness.
The dark.
The darkness.
Oh, look, it's me on the inside, but no one ever gets to see.
And that little shining light that's just passing over.
That's my heart. That's my one brain cell for the day.
Oh, it comes and it goes.
Brain cell is the stagnant moon.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Okay.
She was going back.
This would be very normal for her to say just the randomest shit.
So have you seen the others?
No, but I guess they're around somewhere.
That's what I figured.
Carb is really the only. Wait, do we know what a turtle looks like?
Yeah.
Okay, he's the only turtle-looking person we know.
That's fair. I mean, that we know of.
I can't actually remember what Alice looks like.
He's the dragon guy.
Anyhow, Alice is a dragon, so you know, not gonna
How
be
much
that
did you
hard to
drink
find.
last night?
Very pale blue.
I had a few. It felt so nice. I just, and she does this as she's saying this. Like, I just like started spinning, and it felt really good. And she's saying it as she's spinning. So, and I just started spinning.
Uh-huh.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of jealous. Don't eat anything that
Colder.
that one guy gives you. It was bad. It was off. I was real sick.
I mean, maybe he needs to get his kitchen food handling certificate.
What?
I've suddenly entered a very like stupid mood, and I do not know why.
That's okay.
Maybe he needs to go get his food handling certificate.
I mean, that would probably help. I think.
You'd hope so.
If they weren't a thing now, they are.
God damn it, Nanada. Why not?
Fantasy kitchen health inspectors. Yep.
They exist now.
It's the entirety of the next campaign.
Shh. God.
The health inspectors.
You're all just
I didn't
chefs.
realise what
Sorry.
until he was set in this world.
Bethany, you're a star.
Oh,
Jesus.
Imagine a whole campaign that's just you're just like kitchen, like going around like being like, yes, your kitchen's good to go, and you just find like the weirdest shit. Like one just got Cthulhu chilling in the corner, and you're just like,
Why not?
no, this seems normal.
you're just like, I'm just asleep.
Oh my god.
Calamari, mate. Calamari.
Oh my god, yes.
I'm going off way off.
Infinite
Amazing.
calamari.
Beautiful, let's go.
You're storing eldritch ingredients next to infernal? You can't do that. You know that's going to open a rift in between realms.
As you say that, the rift opens.
Yeah.
See?
God.
See what I mean?
Cthulhu just goes through it.
Oh, incredible.
Goodbye, Cthulhu.
Oh, I love it. That's so good.
Alright, back to what we were actually doing.
I'm sure we can find them easily enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're around somewhere.
I mean, you're also tall, so you can probably see them above.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you can just do what you did with me and shout their name out.
Yeah, I was doing that with them too.
Well, shall we go find them?
Yeah, we probably should.
Wait, where did you last see them?
It was probably at the tavern yesterday before I got sick. It's been a while.
Do we know where everyone's been spending their time? Like, have we told this to each other at some point again?
You guys probably
think-
would figure out that I would have gone to my temple at least, because I would have told you guys that I've been spending a lot of time there.
Yeah, I think I ran into you there once or something.
To the temple!
Hello.
At
Alright.
this time of day, where would I... Which temple would I be at, is the next
Scooby-Doo
question.
montage!
Hey.
Okay, now we're going to a Scooby-Doo montage of going us to each of the different temples.
Fair enough.
Well, what time would Amora have woken up? Because Rourke woke up around like...
In the afternoon.
Yeah. So it's probably mid... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, let's go like midday.
Yeah, I think it would
Oh,
be
lucky
around...
dice!
No!
Don't lose the dice.
The pretty ones at least.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably around like 1 PM or something like that. So you'd have to go to one of the other temples. They do leave someone at the Wildstorm Temple. So when you guys go in there is someone there that you can talk to. He's just one of the random clerics, and he's there with a guard. They just seem to be keeping a lookout for the place, just so that, you know, they don't have to re-clean everything up because no one's there. Yeah.
Have you seen a light blue dragon by any chance? It's about this high.
They let you know, like, oh yeah, that's Zealous. He's been helping heaps and stuff, and points you in the direction of the nature one's furthest, so it would be the Maelstrom one that was next.
Scooby-Doo montage.
Do. You go over to there, and you can see a bunch of different people. Some of them are on some of the higher floors. The Maelstrom shrine is a 2.5 story building, so there's 2 floors and then the higher point. So there are people like on the middle point and the highest point, just like scrubbing stuff and all of that. Going inside though, you'll find Eolus sweeping.
I'm gonna skip up to him and be like, such a nice day we're having, isn't it?
I wouldn't know how to answer that. I've been helping Light and the other temples clean up a bit. There's been a lot of disruption.
Disruptions?
Broken stained glass, paint everywhere, wording that shouldn't have been wording on the walls.
I'm just gonna get sick of my character before the end of this campaign. Well, you know, good thing about broken things is that you can fix them, and I mean, you can always reuse the thing again and make something new.
You're not wrong.
She literally just has a happy outlook. Do you know where Carp is?
No, I haven't seen him since last night at the fire pit. I believe was last time I saw him, so did he wander off for a quiet place to sleep, or... I know he was looking at his book, that's about
I'm
it.
assuming so. He has that old man vibe about him.
Just leant up against a tree stump and fell asleep for the night.
I mean, he kind of got that far, right?
Probably not. I'm sure he's around somewhere though.
There are other people at this temple, right?
Yeah, quite a few.
I'm just gonna be like, have you seen a turtle man by any chance? At any point today?
They kind of look like confused as they're carrying like a bucket of water, and they're like, "Don't think so."
Well, I'm sure vilify them. She just goes off and like helps someone out while they're all like chatting.
As we do.
Hey, Olis, you guys, your temple know anything about like Moon and why it's still there?
As far as I've ever heard, no. We don't know what's happened. We're just cleaning the temples and trying to figure it out while we do.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very interesting stuff.
Yeah,
As far as
yeah.
I've heard.
Brooke, your fan's picking up. Cool. Oh, sorry.
Makes me really nervous.
No, you're good.
Same, big fella. Same.
Okay, cool. I was glad I'm not the only one. What do you guys need help with? Like, we're here.
Well, you're nice and tall. You can probably reach the tall parts of the wall that's painted. If you can scrub that, you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Awesome. You guys helping out, you guys do get offered the same. They do ask you if you want like gold or anything like that. They do offer you food as well. And once you've cleaned up here, you pretty much just see all of them, bar a couple of people. Once a guard shows up, start walking over to another temple. So it's up to you two if you want to follow them and continue with the next temple. Or you can ask what they're doing. Because they all just kind of like, okay, we're done here. Let's go to the next one.
I'll just up and follow.
Cool. You are familiar with this shrine, Amora, as you come up to it, and even as you walk in and see like the red paint like dripping off the tree, you also kind of feel that like tug at your heart, and that's like makes you really angry, where it's like, that's so rude. And you can see that there's a couple of people that are like very, very visibly upset. And you can see Zinnia, the large elephant lady, who's just like giving people tasks and stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna go comfort the people that are upset.
Cool. Give me a d20 roll.
Oh god, no.
At least someone's comforting people. I'm just helping cleaning.
Hey, that is still definitely enough.
I mean, I
That is
totally
a
could have
fuck
done it.
you. That is a Matt Wayne. That
Nice.
is a fuck you.
Good shit. Then, in that case,
Nice.
a.
Go.
I love how you squinted at it, you're like, fuck you.
I can't see it in that light. I'm like, is it
No,
a
that's
you?
fair.
Is it a me?
Who's getting fucked? God damn it. Okay. So you are sitting next to a couple of people who are, they seem to be very, very devout followers. Like, they are wearing full garb and stuff like that. One of them is just crying. The other one is trying to comfort them, but they're also very much, like, torn up about it as well. They are on very much the older side, and they look like they've been here, or at least been devout followers for a very long time. So the one that's crying is just kind of hiccuping, saying like, no one's ever done this before. Why would somebody do something like this? And just is very, very upset. As you're sitting there, you kind of just talk to them and give them a little bit of like a bolster of hope and stuff like that. And as you're talking to them, you can see your words kind of just radiate like calmness. and as you're talking to them, you give the one that's crying kind of like a pat on the shoulder, and as you do, you feel your hand kind of pulse, and that light pink energy just kind of fills an area around you. I believe this is on your sheet, let me double check. Cool. You learn that you have the spell Calm Emotions, as a lot of the people within the temple that are quite tense, a lot of the stuff is like definitely got them like very wary and stuff like that. You just radiate an aura of calmness, and everyone's like, okay, we can clean this up, we've got some guards here, everything will be okay.
I can breathe.
Yeah. So you know how to cast that spell now.
So that's what I always know how to cast?
Yep, it is now.
Yes, let's go.
How much theme do you have? Did you? Cool. Alright. Awesome. So that's the thing that happens. And Rourke, are you here as well, or did you go looking for Kaba? You've kind of followed.
I would have just followed along.
Cool. So it is.
Something I can do, so.
They do get you to help with some of the higher parts and stuff like that. They get you to help a couple of people up onto higher points so they can clean. You guys all work together and help. Again, the offering of like, can we give you gold? Like, what can we do to repay you guys? They do obviously give you food and a break and stuff like that. But once it's all clean, they are like extremely, extremely grateful. At any point, do you guys take any money?
No.
Rourke absolutely would.
Okay, that's okay. They're offering.
Yeah, like, yeah, okay.
Cool. Okay. From both temples, you get. What's even an amount that would like? I don't know. You get.
Be basically like a paid day's work.
I don't even know what that would be.
Well, okay, how I work it out is like a paid day work is like 5 gold.
Okay.
In my eyes. Like,
Very
that
fair.
is quite a bit much though.
Mm-hmm.
But
For
kind of up to you.
temple, and you've probably been here like 2-3 hours overall for both, so it'd be like 6. You get like 18 gold. Yeah. They don't have too much that they can give you, but they're just like, oh, we have to give you something, so you get 18.
Okay.
And neither of the other two would accept it, so here you go.
Yeah,
I'm just like, can I have a glass of water, please?
absolutely. They fully do. Yeah. So by the time you've helped with both both shrines, sorry, so it would be 1, 3. It is like there's a clock on the wall that helps. It's around 6 p.m. So you can't tell from outside, but it should be getting dark. You can see it's not. The sun is staying there. And everyone that's kind of just like outside and around doing stuff is staring at the sky, or they're just like trying not to notice it. As you guys can go back to the tavern if you wish.
I will spend one more night with Light, making sure they are okay.
Awesome. So you guys do know where Aeolus is, and you both get to meet Light, the tabaxi person, who I will make a thing for at some point, because they've become a very common character.
I have forced this upon you.
This is totally fine. I have forgotten like how much I've actually said about them. Did I say? I haven't said like what they look like. I think.
You have to me.
I don't remember what I said though. I'll have to listen back.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Cool. I'm not gonna listen back. I'm gonna make it up.
You can say whatever you want.
Exactly. There's not video evidence.
Someone's gonna just type in the chat or the comments, just be like, "Hey, that's not how you described her earlier."
Hey, if they're that dedicated, preach. You're not out there, but preach.
Go through the session notes.
If anyone else is like watching it.
Probably in the
Oh, they might be. This is very good at keeping track.
Tend not to describe appearances.
Very fair.
Yeah.
If there's someone that is probably extremely majorly important.
Incredibly fair.
And light is not majorly important.
Not until right now.
When the description came up, no.
I have made her important.
This is fine. This is good.
Them.
You're like,
Oh, yeah.
you're like this NPC. They're mine now.
Never mind. Yoink.
Kind of like what happened in my campaign.
They're gonna be
Yes.
important now.
I made this NPC just to be there and have another person to talk to. Nope, they're a part of the party now.
You've been adopted. Yep. Don't worry. It's a consistent throughout all campaigns. Remember Acor? I could list so many more, but I just thought of Acor off the top of my head.
So many people.
Oh yeah. So many. You even adopted both of your siblings in the first campaign. Into the party. There were so many. I'm really bad at doing that.
You should be like, there is a one NPC.
Yeah, and they're everything, they are everywhere, and they are only the one person and you despise them. No one else exists. You can't adopt them.
You're only allowed to bring one other.
Yeah, everyone gets one.
Everyone gets one.
1.5 maybe.
Yeah.
Bethany counts as one, yes.
And then
Bethany
if
counts
it
as the
comes
half.
to combat and they're around, you have to play them yourself.
Oh boy.
Or not a character sheet yet.
Yeah, they cast power word kill every time. They have it like 4 times a day.
Oh jeez.
Okay.
All they have is a stick.
Hey, you do a lot of damage with a stick. Amora and Rook, what are you guys doing after Aeolus goes back to the Wildstorm Temple Shrine with Light? You know where he is now, so... Or where he will be, at least for another night.
I might go ask a few more people if they've seen a turtle walking around.
Okay.
And if I don't get any answers, I'll just go back to the tavern.
I'd say after like the 3rd person, you get someone who's like, yeah, I think I saw like a turtle dude, he was heading towards the school? That was like ages ago. That way, points in a direction.
Completely wrong direction.
That way it is!
Related to those girls from last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way.
The house is that way.
Okay, thank you! And just kind of like skip off
Cool.
in the direction that they pointed.
Too tight. Are you following as well, Rook?
Yep.
Awesome. Too tight.
Are you skipping as well?
This is the question.
You're on the
Not at
spot now.
first.
I love it.
Not at first, but it's so infatuating. He's gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
Twinsies.
Just like when we were kids.
My god. Beautiful. If we will jump back in time with Kaba. So, Kaba, you definitely would have been done at the school by the time they get there, because it's like 6 p.m.
So in my head, I'm getting there at like midday.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got to think of something now where to go to really confuse people afterwards.
Absolutely.
I've got a whole team to do that.
Love it. So you head over to Stolia, the Academy of Wizardry. You can see immediately there is a bunch of guards outside the gate and crowd of people. A lot of them have like signs and stuff like that, and a lot of them are just yelling at the gates. A lot of people demanding answers and stuff like that. Yeah.
I will go and attempt to read their signs, even if it means like forcing through a crowd. Like if say I'm looking at a sign, someone starts talking to me, I'll go, shut up, I'm trying to read.
Okay. I love it. You gotta make your way through, like, look up at signs. They're just like, hey, you're here to... Oh, okay. A lot of them say, like, bring back the sky. Ban magic and Holbeck, actually, is one of them. And there are a lot of them just being like, what did you do? This is your fault. We need answers. Just stuff like that. And that's what a lot of people are, like, yelling as well.
For someone who's got one of the bring back the sky ones, I'll sort of read the sign, look down. You've got bloody good handwriting. What's wrong with the sky?
Have you looked up? It's gone.
Yeah. Is that not normal?
No. You know, normally it's kind of blue. Or grey.
It was yesterday, but I'd assume that could change at any point.
Well, they go blue or grey, but they're not that one. And those aren't in the sky at the same time a lot of the time.
But it sounds to me like they are sometimes. And if I remember rightly, it was that colour last night. So
That's because nighttime.
And?
You get hit in the head last night?
Not in the head, no.
Oh. You know, they have a memory ward at the hospital.
Yes, I've actually got an appointment, by the way. Thanks for reminding me, I'd almost forgotten.
You should write that down.
There are issues with that as well. I've had someone else write that.
Oh, good.
Although, actually, given your good handwriting, it'd be helpful if you could write a note for me to remember as well, if you don't mind.
On a sign?
Sure.
Okay. Like, he pulls out his sign, and, like, there are a couple of other people that are, like, working on some signs. They more or less say the same thing. Kind of, like, asks for one, puts one together, and it's... What was it gonna say? What would you like it to say, he'll ask.
Where's my notes?
Please put the wrong date.
Memory appointment on Thulite.
Alright, that is exactly what it puts. And it's like a sign you can just kind of put on your shoulder. It's not too big, but yeah.
Then I'm gonna say thank you and sort of holding the sign down to start with, sort of wandering through the crowd, and then hold the sign up but tilt it so it's sort of over someone else. So like so they get the appearance that like I'm trying to point it down at someone else. And just sort of get in the flow of the crowd to start with. Hang around like that for a little while.
You can see as you're doing some of this, some of the guards that are like lined up that are just, you know, all very like stoic and stuff are just like they're very, very confused, and then they just kind of like nudge each other like, what the... I think one of them's in the wrong place. They're pointing to himself or to somebody else? It's changed like 4 times.
Yeah, I'm moving.
They're just very confused. I love it. How many inspiration points do you have, by the way?
2.
Cool, you've got 3.
I've got at least 2. I'm probably sure I've forgotten some over the past days.
Oh, that's right, just chuck on another one. Because that is amazing. So you've really got their attention, but they haven't, like, approached you.
Like, I'll do this for a while, and then sort of I'll eventually make my way to the front and sort of try and catch the attention of one of the guards, still holding up the sign.
Mm-hmm. One of them kind of shuffles forward.
Sort of try and old man stage whisper to him, I've forgotten why I'm here, son. Can you tell me?
He kind of stands up straight, turns around, is like... They just, like, 3 of them shrug at him at the same time. You... work here, maybe? Hospital's the other way. I'm not sure.
Not quite, no, it's got something to do with this book.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't read it. Can you give me a hand?
Kind of grabs it and is like... opens it. Oh. Yeah, give me a sec. Kind of squeezes past a couple of guards and just like waves down someone random that's like walking within the school. Ask them a question and they kind of like talk for a little bit. Okay, comes back to you. It's like the person in there said they could probably give you a hand or show you what some of it says. She said she could kind of recognize some of it being some arcane stuff, so...
Cool. Fantastic. Well, here, look, I'll immediately shove the sign into his hand. But like, here, you take my place, and I'll go see what the person over there is. And I'll leave while he's still confused.
Like, turns the sign around and is like... What? Before he just kind of stands back in line but is like... holding it. Yep. So you get pointed towards a little kobold person. She is small and blue. So, you can see she's a bit like tense and timid, kind of looking at the crowd and stuff like that, but as soon as you kind of hand the book to her, her eyes kind of light up. It's like, well, okay, so a lot of this stuff is arcane, but it's really hard to read. You have terrible handwriting.
Yeah, I know.
So, and then just kind of points to a couple of them and is like, this is what the spell is, this is what that one is, and this is kind of just saying what it does and how you kind of cast it. I don't know what that one is. Flips a page. Dunno. I think that one's like comprehend languages. You could probably use it for this, but I don't think it works on terrible handwriting. But, and she's just kind of like blabbering away about like different spells that she can pick up in your book. So I would say you learn about... Let me open your sheet. I remember which ones that I said. I'll open this one, it might be a bit easier. Because you know your cantrips, okay.
I know 2 of my cantrips.
Oh, yeah, my bad. So you would learn... You've already learnt your Feather Fall one, but she pretty much tells you that that's what it is. You learn...
Probably because it's the easiest one to read. First one in the book, neatest handwriting, and all the rest of them went downhill from there.
The next one would probably be... she tells you comprehend languages is one, and absorb elements is one, and shield. The other ones she's like, dunno, couldn't tell you. but maybe one of the professors can? Maybe? Or... and she kind of, like, looks around for a second. Hey! Hey, Zee! This, like, really tall bugbear man turns around and is like, huh? Hey! And kind of runs over. They talk for a second while they're just like, so I figured out this is that one. Yeah, definitely based on that and that. Yeah. And then, what is that? Oh. Huh. Picks it up and is like, no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, me neither. That one? Verbal and somatic, I think that one is. No, verbal and... no, that is somatic. That one's detect magic. Yeah, I don't know about the rest, sorry. Yeah, I have no idea. Also, you should probably get away from the gates. They might see you. The bugbear guy says to the little kobold. She's like, yeah, I'd rather not get hit.
Yeah, you guys seem to have a fan club outside.
I was one of the ones casting last night.
Bloody good performance, sir. Bloody good performance.
Oh, thank you. That was kind of the point. Not that. That's scary.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to put it past you. I mean, it seems like half the... I mean, I don't mean to offend your town, but a good amount of the work here seems at least only partially well done. I mean, the tables in that tavern over there, bad wood, so they're all shattered to pieces, and then there's the sky thing, which still looks fairly decent. I mean, but I can understand why, you might think it's broken, but it looks fine to me.
She looks up at the bugbear and he's like, here's your book. He's your problem. And like waves as he just walks away. And she's like,
Did I scare him?
Probably just mildly perturbed. But that's fine. Come with me. And
I'll be perturbed. That's better than I left all the guys outside.
as she's like walking away, she's like leading you into the school, and she's so confused. But you you do get introduced to a person that has a couple of features that look like a boar. So they do have like tusks that come out, very different to than some orcs. They are like a bit bigger and a bit more like slanted, I guess. They have some fur in their faces and stuff as well, as they are introduced as Professor Vine. The female kobold, who is named Dolo. They interact for a little bit. What was that?
What did you say? I've got big fireworks going off outside and I missed the name of the kobold.
Dolo. D-O-L-L-O. Yep. And they kind of interact for a second before, like, your book gets introduced. The professor has, like, a look over and stuff like that before... I'm probably going to have to roll for it because you've learnt... You also got Detect Magic. So there's only 3 left. 4, technically. Okay. They tell you...
Can I request that Identify comes before at least one of the other ones? Because I want to test it on something and have it fail because of the handwriting.
Absolutely. You do learn Catapult. And I rolled well enough for it to identify, so you just don't know Mage Hand or Unseen Servant. So, you're at least pointed out what these spells are called. They, again, words, and I've so many people. Professor, they do give you a reference for some of the spells. They can't give you all of them, so you do have a reference for comprehend languages, and I'll say shield. So those ones you will always know. The way that it's a bit different is because you learn the name of the spell so that you can find it yourself and rewrite it, but you actually have a reference now to be like, okay, that's exactly what it should say. So shield and comprehend languages are the ones that you are like, cool, I know exactly what they say, I know how to cast them now. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck was that handwriting?
All the rest I need to go and find and rewrite.
Mm-hmm. They say that they can let you use some of the facilities within here, but they can't give you everything all at once. Mostly because they don't have them on hand right now. They just happen to have those two, and we're like, sure, here. But you're at least allowed within the school to find out a lot of the other ones. And Dolo seems pretty happy to help you as well. If not, mildly perturbed.
So I guess I wander around, do some rewriting.
Yes, before you leave, Professor does ask you, and do you know which type of, school you are, proficient in, I would say? Which one you are mainly looking into? I myself am transmutation, and Dolo here is illusion. He is a... What was that?
Woodworking was the school I'm fairly confident I was with.
So, that is not classified as a school of magic. Okay. I mean, based off some of these spells that have come up, I would have thought you were transmutation yourself, as a lot of them are. That.
No, my name's not transmutation. I'm Bill.
Bill. You haven't had this very long, have you, Bill?
Well, I'm not sure how long I've had it, but I've had my memory about a week or two. Can't remember that. But I hope to have it a bit longer.
As you just hear Dolo go, Okay. Have there been any, aside from woodworking, any interactions of recent that have triggered any kind of magical effects from you? Or...
Oh, I was about to say yes until you said from me. I mean, there was some shiny lights at some point when I was doing woodworking, but I don't know what that did, and I'm fairly, didn't seem very woody, but not really sure how that's magic either.
Yes, I'm not sure either. You know they have a memory clinic.
Yes, I kept a note about that somewhere. Where did I put it?
Why do I keep laughing whenever I say that? It's so dumb.
Actually, I'm not the only one. There's some guy outside with a sign saying he's got an appointment at the same place.
I hope he remembers.
Same place and same day.
They'll just show up at the same time. Well, the facilities are, at least that Dolo has access to, you are able to utilize with her present. If there's anything else that could potentially help in, let me know. I do have a meeting to get to regarding the people outside. Hopefully.
Certainly don't wish to hold you up. If there's anything I can do, let me know, and probably write a note I wouldn't remember.
I'll keep it in mind. And they head up. And you're left with Dolo, who can help you for the next little while. She does have a class to get to, but in that time, and say you can get, I'll say all the ones aside from identify at the moment. Like they haven't done identify with you yet. Dola says that she can help if you've got some time tomorrow, and she can meet you somewhere or something. But she has class, so.
Oh, fantastic! I wouldn't want to hold you up, lass. You run along to your class. I'll tidy up my pens, I suppose. And
Okay.
where did we get them from?
Just. Hey, and she like grabs someone and is like, "Can you show him out, please?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure." So you have someone to lead you to the door, and she just like runs off. She's like, "Bye, Bill."
See you, Dolo.
Okay, so Viden Dolo, Bill.
I am making notes of all the names I give as well.
Good. I'm trying to as well. But yeah, you are escorted out. The guy comes over to you and is like, "Hey, your sign. I held it."
My sign. You handed it to me to start with, and then I handed it back when I went in. Did you forget?
No.
Is that... You know you've got an appointment in the coming through light.
I'll remember. Can you hold this?
Oh, sounds... I can do that.
Cool. Bye. He goes back in line and is like, "What happened? I don't want to talk about it."
I'll sort of wander off like for 10 minutes, and then make my way back into the crowd, like trying to sort of subtly like make sure of a couple of people, and then I'll get right in front of him. Then I'll slowly raise the sign up.
In front of the same guy?
Yeah.
As he's just kind of standing there, he's trying not to look at the sign, so he's just like, as it just like slowly comes into his vision, he's like,
and then I'll bug one of the protesters next to me, saying, "Oh, I've got to go relieve myself around the corner. Do you want to hold this till I get back?"
"Oh yeah, sure." They're like dual signing.
Fantastic. Big boy tap on the shoulder, and then I'll wander off.
They just kind of like hold this.
Then I'll go find an early dinner that's not at tavern, and probably hang out in the middle near to where the bonfire was, same place I was sitting at the night before.
Sweet. Okay. The other tavern in the town is called the Slow Peril. So you go to that tavern and can easily get a meal. It'll cost you 5 silver. And then you can go and chill at the place that you want to. So, let's say afternoon, probably only for like an hour and a half, so 2. You have an early dinner at like 2 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not that far, because you went there quite early at the school.
Yeah, I guess change that to a piece of bread or something at a market at a market on the way, and then just chill out in Square after that.
Cool. Then it'd only be like 3 copper, so give yourself your 5 silver back. Cool. And then you still want to go to that same spot, sorry?
Yep.
Cool.
Hang around, see what the place looks like, and during the day instead of at night.
Fair enough. There are just a lot of people that are confused. Some people still sweeping up and cleaning up. And yeah, you are chilling. Rock and Amora, as you guys are heading towards the school, you see a lot of the people have cleared out. There are still the guards there. As some of the people are leaving the school, they actually have a couple of guards escorting them. You see one of them is as they're escorting one person, they actually have 4 guards completely surrounding them. As someone from the crowd goes, "That's one of them!" and they like try and jump at them. The guard just has to like keep them at bay as the person is like escorted home. But yeah, there's still like quite a few people just kind of protesting, demanding answers and stuff like that. You do hear that excuse me, one of the guards puts a hand to like the side of his neck, and as he calls out, his voice booms. The governing body will be making a statement tomorrow afternoon in the town centre. All of your answers will be, all your questions will be answered then. Sorry. Any other questions that you have, please hold for then. Please vacate the area, or you will be arrested. A lot of people are just like, okay, at least we're getting answers. So quite a few of them do leave. But there's still a couple of strikers just like, no, we want them now. We're like aggressive. But they get arrested. So, you can see there is one person that's just like, as everyone kind of vacates, they're holding 2 signs as they're looking around. One of them's just like, bring the sky back. We need the sky. The other was like, appointment at this time. And he's just like, hey, has anyone seen like a turtle? He left a sign with me. There's one of the guards who's just like, oh god. And he just runs off. This guy's just kind of like, oh man, I lost him.
Does this person still have the sign?
Yeah, they're still holding both signs. They're just kind of like holding them, just like, what do I do?
Like, you said you've seen a turtle, man.
Yeah, have you seen him? He gave me his sign. I was just holding it for him. I think he got lost.
He's our friend. We've been trying to find him most of the day.
Oh. He looks at the sign. He's probably trying to find himself. Damn. I don't know where he went. He just kind of gave me this. And I'm a little worried now.
I mean, I can give it to him if you want.
Oh, cool. He's got to remember. He hands it to you.
I was like, I think we all need to remember, actually.
Oh, yeah. He kind of swings the sign over his shoulder. He's like, it's pretty deep. I hope you find your turtle friend. And yourself.
Yes, I'm always searching for myself.
Aren't we all?
Bye!
See ya! Skips away. He skips away. Let's go.
We're all skipping now.
We're all skipping now. We're all
Can
mad
I read
here.
the sign?
The one that he gave you?
Yeah.
What did it say again? It was just like,
memory appointment through light.
Yeah.
Say it. Aim.
What?
Sorry?
Does it have a time?
No.
Does it have a time?
It just says memory appointment through light. You don't even know what day it is.
I just like look at Rook and I'm like, There's no time on it. I guess it's just one of those walk-in places. Well,
Yeah, that must be it.
he was obviously here,
Mm.
but he's not anymore. So maybe he went back into town?
I mean, it's as good a chance as any, really.
Might as well start heading back towards the tavern.
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip along with this sign. And when if I see someone, I'll be like, what day is it?
They will tell you it is the 1st of Mystic Vale, 999Z, the year of the Jet Sphinx. But it's Tuesday light. It's like the 2nd day of the week.
I'm assuming we know the days of the week.
Do you?
I don't know.
Probably.
Is this something I have to roll for to know the days of the week?
I don't think you know.
Just ask someone every day.
Do I not know the days of the... Why do I not know the days of the week?
You lost your memory.
I feel like this would be a conversation that me and Light would have had separate. So I would know, but I don't think everyone else would know.
It depends if they've sorted out, and I don't think you've actively sorted out.
No.
Harbour knows when Blue Light is because the doctor said it's so many days away. He doesn't
Yes.
know anything else about any of the other days.
Yep. These guys this random person on the street for like a week, a week update.
How many days in a week? What are the
I'm-
names of the weekdays?
You keep... What are the other... How many days are in a week?
What is a week?
They did.
I'm sure he'll come up with some good answers. Something real deep.
I just like nod at the person who told us that it was whatever day it was. I'm just like, okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I'm like, and to Rook, I'm like, do you know? Did you understand that? Do you know what day of the week is it? How many days is it a week? Yeah, I don't understand.
I don't even know. Like, I know we have today. We had yesterday. And like a couple days ago.
I love it.
I'm assuming there's tomorrow.
I
Can
mean,
only assume.
there's always usually a tomorrow.
I don't even know anymore.
After the present day.
Fucking love it.
This is amazing.
Maybe we should ask the tavern owner. Or one
Well, I
of
bet
your
he'd
friends.
know.
Or one of your buddies. They might. We don't know the days of the week.
Yeah, they could probably tell us.
Yep.
It's like, oh yeah, no, I don't know numbers anymore. That's why I give out random amounts of gold, because I don't fucking know how to count.
You know what a count is, just the calendar's confusing. But okay, you continue walking through town. You get weird looks as you are holding a weird sign, but people don't interact with you.
I also have a rat on my shoulder.
You do as well!
I'm skipping. I'm holding a sign about a memory appointment, and I have a rat on my shoulder. And I'm probably smiling, just like really happily at people. They're probably really fucking confused.
Very.
They're like, did this person escape?
I feel like someone that you skip by has to be doing the cuckoo sound.
There is someone that you walk past that's just like staring at you wide-eyed, and they're just like, what's happening? The world's gone mad. Oh god. First the sky, and now everything's going insane. And he just runs off screaming.
The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
It's Chicken
I
Little.
have become the bringer of the apocalypse.
I love that someone got my reference.
I got you so
The
good.
world's gone mad. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Chicken Little.
Yeah.
Chicken.
So you guys are walking and skipping through town. Carver, you hear someone run off screaming as you look over in that direction and can see your friends. For the absolute fucking fun of it, can I get Rock and Amora to please roll a perception check?
Do I know my own perception?
You do, you know your wisdom score.
Oh, that's a 4, right?
Yep. You don't know if you have proficiency in it, but you know it's at least a 4.
Okay. I have to stop hitting stuff. That's... Wait, where does the dot have to be for it to be a 6 or a 9? Why does this always confuse me?
The dot will always be at the bottom. If it's at the bottom of the flick, it's a 9. If it's at the bottom of the
Circle back, yeah.
bit, it's a 6. Words.
Okay, so it's a 9.
Okay.
My roll 20's being goopy, but I rolled a 1.
Okay. Awesome. So
9 plus 4 is
13.
13.
So 13 and 1. Okay. Rourke, you're looking at the guy that's run off screaming, like, wow.
He's really running for it.
Yeah.
I hope the guy's okay.
Yep.
He seems scared. What he's upset about.
Absolutely. And you just keep walking as Amora like stops and is like, there he is. This guy was just sitting under a tree.
I'm just like, Kava, I have your side!
Oh, do you guys have memory appointment too? Fantastic.
I got the side of some dude up at the school.
Yeah, he forgot what he was doing a few days ahead, so I wrote him a sign.
Everyone's got memory appointments. Everyone's gonna show up on that day and be like, I'm here for a memory appointment.
Do you know when this is?
Think I have an appointment today? I don't know.
I don't know when this day is. I don't know what day it is today.
Somebody kept reminding me.
But Thulite is, what was it, 3 days ahead, 6 days ahead?
3.
3.
So you have a memory appointment in 3 days. Just
Me?
You just
Everyone seems to have a memory appointment in 3 days. It's going to be an exciting day for the doctor.
Oh, we're doing a group memory appointment in 3 days?
Mm-hmm.
I'm bringing all of you. You're all coming.
You get a memory
love the
appointment,
fact
and
that
you get a memory
Helios
appointment.
doesn't know anything about this, but he'll probably go along with it anyway.
Everyone gets a memory appointment.
Okay, 3 days. I think at least one of us can remember.
I don't know.
Bethany will, don't worry. She's got a great memory. Bethany's got y'all.
She's gonna be tugging at your ankles, be like,
You're like, this way!
yeah.
We've got an
This way.
appointment.
We gotta go this way.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Okay, sorry, continue your scene.
Right, is Kava sitting down?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Enjoying
just
the
gonna-
afternoon.
I'm just gonna pop myself down next to him and be like, isn't the sky beautiful?
Yeah, I must agree with you. Sort of odd, and for sort of whoever they hired to make this guy in the first place kind of screwed it up a bit, but still looks pretty good. Why not? If it can break, then surely someone made it.
You know, that is some sound logic. I cannot disagree with that logic.
I really wish Helios was present for that.
Amazing.
I really want this to go second hand, and for like Amora to bring it up to Aeolus and just sort of expand on it like Chinese whispers.
Oh, yes. Amazing.
Just feel like Kava was telling me that, you know, someone obviously made the sky and that's why it's broken right now. And someone has to fix it. Like, I don't know, are they gonna get... Wait, do they have electricity? They don't have electricity, it's magic, right? Like a plumber. Do they have plumbers?
I'd say so.
So they gotta fix it, you know, like how a plumber fixes stuff. I don't even know if I know what a...
Maybe they need a memory appointment for the sky.
Maybe the sky needs the memory appointment.
That's why everyone's holding it. They're showing the sky.
Okay, I'm gonna change it. The sky forgot what it was meant to do, so now it has to come to the memory appointment.
This is just evolving.
This bit is gone. It's gone. Oh my god, I love it.
This is just awesome. I can't wait to watch this
Good
back.
for you.
Someone just walks outside. You missed your appointment. I waited.
Did you
We
Sky
waited for
forgot
you.
who it is? The Sky forgot who it was and Karma made a memory appointment for us all, including the Sky.
It's
And that guy.
pretty
Because
deep.
obviously someone made it! And then they broke it and forgot who they were. Maybe the Sky is I'm 100% doing that.
Amazing. I fucking love it. Yep.
Well, I can't feel my cheekbones and now I'm crying.
And I think that's a great place to end the session.
I agree.
The Sky just needs therapy!
Oh god. Uh-huh. Well. We'll say that you guys sit outside for a little while before, I'm just gonna shoehorn you back to the tavern, sorry.
Railroad it.
Yeah.
I see you.
You guys head back to the Pink Flame. We can pick up the rest of the day from there next time. I don't know if I will be here next weekend, but I'll chat to you guys about it and we can suss something, even if we record a session and I stream it /
Just
upload
keep
it.
us informed.
Yes, I will let you all know, because I have to organise. But yeah, great session, everybody.
You guys hurt my cheekbones. Thank you.
You need a good laugh sometimes.
Make my face to work out.
Ricked me lungs.
It does. Okay. I'll catch y'all later. Have a great rest of your weekend. Have a good sleep, Kev. Everybody
On
take care.
weekends too.
I'm working on Monday, because it's pay week.
I'm not.
I'm working on Monday too.
Woo!
I get off. But my job didn't when my contract early.
I hope you can get that stuff sorted out. For next job thing, but gee.
I'm hoping to leave where the fuck I am and find a different job.
Very fair. Good luck. Gee. Have a good everybody. I will catch y'all later.
Bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
And that is the session. That was amazing. So I will update the Discord or Twitter and let y'all know what is happening with the next stream. But we are doing Tuesday stream. I will be starting Night in the Woods, which I'm very excited for. It will be the third time that we're playing it, but I want to play it again because it is my favourite game. Well, one of my favourite games at least. Friends Day Wednesday, I'm not sure what we'll be playing. I'll try and organise something with some peeps, and then, like I said, I'll keep you all updated. But have a great rest of your weekend. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. If you have appointments, please write down the dates properly. Take care, everyone. Catch you later. Bye.